pretty big storm. It's been, it has our attention about the past hour because it had the potential of rotation, and we saw a little weak rotation. So if you're around River Ridge Road Boulevard, Boulevard or River Heritage Boulevard, I would take cover. You have rainfall rates about 1.4 inches per hour. Don't see any hail in this storm. We do see some lightning, in fact, even some frequent lightning ahead of the storm. And we don't see any hail. We do see the potential for a tornado, and winds could be 60 miles per hour because around this is a severe thunderstorm warning, which means winds are 60 miles per hour or higher. And this is moving off to the east. So let's go ahead, we'll zoom out just a little bit here, and I'll track it for you where it could possibly go. So if you are somewhere in western Charles County, yeah, you've got to take cover. Even though you're not under the warning yet, you don't want to wait for yourself to get under the warning with this type of a storm. You want to kind of be prepared for it, if you will. So let's go ahead and talk about where it's going to go. And it's moving off to the east at about 15. So we'll try to track this the best we can here, okay? And we'll bring it due east, I guess, maybe a hair north of east. I think it's moving more like that. Okay, so now we've got Indian Head at 508, Power Plant at 508, Perry Wright at 510, General Smallwood Middle School at about 512. School should be out by then. Hopefully there's no any extracurricular activities or any sporting events. Marbury about 513, and Matthew Henson Middle School at about 521. There's Power Plant right there. So this is a serious situation. We don't have any confirmation. It is a radar indicated. They're going to continue the warning now, again, in that same area around this until 5:15 as well. So whether or not there's a tornado, we do feel you're looking at winds of up to 60 miles per hour as this moves off to the east. So if you're in the Power Point area, again, Quantico seem to be okay. Nanjemoyu seem to be okay as well. But other than that, if you're between Dale City, down 95, that's where we're concerned about, well, certainly heavy rain. I mean, again, rainfall rates 1.4 inches per hour. In fact, we can kind of detail that. I can zoom back in just a little bit here. And look at the lightning. Lightning's picking up just a little bit, kind of indication the storm is at least holding together, maybe becoming a little more organized. All right, so let's see what we got here. Let's do rainfall just east of 1, okay? And so right there. So we've got radar. Maybe just do it outside the box. It won't tell me inside the box right away. Okay, tornado possible. Radar indicated. It's still, because the whole area is under a warning, I can't get it to give us rainfall rates. But I can move a little bit outside this and give you an idea. This is not the only storm, though. Okay, so let's go up here and see what we have with rainfall rates. Again, don't see any hail, so that's good, but high winds and some kind of rain. So, okay, so there's the rainfall. You have to get outside the box here. Rainfall rates there about 2 inches per hour, and I think it's at least that down on the east side of US 1 and I-95. The good news is Montclair is beginning to move away from you. Garfield Estates beginning to move away from you, so you're in a little better shape if you're in that area. If you're east of there, you're not. I'm going to zoom way out. So this is the possible tornado, but we're going to zoom even further out now. And we've got some pretty big storms here. And we've issued a weather watch alert for these storms. These are going to move right through the metro, almost at the heart of rush hour. These have weakened a tiny bit, but they've kind of closed a little bit. So essentially from Montgomery County, from 270 across the river, cross 7, cross 50, even down into Prince William County, you're looking at the possibility of heavy rain and maybe wind gusts up to 30, 40 miles per hour. And this is sort of interesting. Some more storms popping out to the west of Cumberland. So let's zoom in to these storms around the metro. And these are also moving off to the east. So if you don't see any rain yet on the eastern part of Montgomery County, you will. And you will also shortly in Prince George's County. If you can get home in PG County quickly, you're going to be okay, but it's going to be a real mess of a rush hour. I mean, this is rainfall rates. Pretty impressive. Not the 2-inch rate. I mean, we can actually see what we're talking about here. We're looking at just north of Manassas. Rainfall rates 3 inches. That might have some hail in it, or just too close to the radar. That's probably more like an inch per hour. That's what I would say. All right, I'm going to go back out, kind of reset. There is the tornado warning. It still includes a little bit of Charles County, Prince William County until 5:15. And I want to zoom in again, and we'll talk about where this could possibly be headed. Okay, it's moving essentially off to the east at about 15, 20 miles per hour. Interior room, basement if you can. You want to be away from windows, certainly, and you want to be covered up. If you don't have a basement, you know, projectiles are the main problem. You get 60, 70, 80 mile per hour winds can blow everyday objects and make them lethal. So let's be advised and take this seriously. I'd like to zoom in here and then look at this storm down 95, and this is moving. So La Plata, you're not under any warning right now, but that said, you got to be aware that the storm is just to your west and it's moving toward you. And again, we're only under a flood watch for the metro. There's not a severe thunderstorm watch out either. We're not quite so sure why they didn't put a severe thunderstorm watch out, but they did not. So be that as it may, that's that's the deal right now. For some reason, Caitlin, let me pop out of here. Hang on one second. The tracker is just not working right this second. So go ahead.
One thing worth noting here is that the strongest part of the storm is, I think, going to actually hit on the other side of the river. So as it moves over the water, it's actually going to increase the wind speed heading into the storm. So where you see that little green, that little bright green dot, that's actually where we're seeing the strongest rotation right now. So I think into parts of Indian Head and Potomac Heights, that's where the storm's actually going to be the strongest. We are starting to see that velocity couplet. I know this doesn't look like much at home, but that's where we're starting to see this velocity couplet where you see that really bright shade of red up against that brighter shade of green. That's where we're seeing potential rotation within this storm. So I do think if you're in the western part of this warning, you're probably in the clear. Stay in that safe space for now. Again, this warning goes in until 5:15, but I do think the strongest part of the storm is actually moving over the river right now and about to move into southern Maryland. So again, we'll zoom in a little bit closer here and show you where this storm is heading, because that's where I think things could get a little bit dicey as it continues to move back over land once it crosses over the river. So right now, most of the warning is in effect for parts of, you can see right just to the west of Ridge Boulevard, rather. I think you're in the clear there. The strongest part of the storm continuing to push off to the north and east of the area. But I think if you're in Hollowing Points Estate, Indian Head, depending upon how this holds up as it moves over the water, I think we could see this tornado warning expanded. This is a really small tornado warning. Of course, they are typically smaller than severe thunderstorm warnings, but this one in particular is very tightly drawn. So let's draw this out and show you where the storm is heading next. Again, right here is where we think the strongest part of that storm is. Moving off to the east, barely northeast. That would put this storm near Indian Head Elementary School at 5:18. So you have just over 10 minutes to find that safe space, a small interior room away from windows. If you can, a basement is ideal. If not, a stairwell is usually a safe bet. Indian Head heading towards your area just before 5:20 into Perry Wright at 5:22 into the General Smallwood Middle School area just before 5:30. So if you have loved ones in the area, you need to let them know that this tornado warning may get extended, but at the very least, stay in your safe space if you are within this tornado warning until 5:15. Again, this is parts of Charles. We'll go back and show you where exactly this warning is. But again, this is our latest tornado warning. We've already had one so far today, and this one does remain in effect until 5:15 this evening. The strongest part of that storm still over the water. This, again, radar indicated no confirmation of a tornado on the ground. But let's get you back to radar here and take you in a little bit closer and see where the strongest part of this storm is right now. Topper, you want to take it from here?
No, you can keep going. I didn't mean to interfere with your thing there. So we do have, is it there? Okay, go ahead, Caitlin, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, so here's the tornado warning. But again, the strongest part of this storm moving over the river right now. We're going to put on our velocity data because that does help give us an indication of where the strongest rotation is, but still not looking that impressive. Again, as it moves over water, it encounters a little less friction. It gives it a little bit more oomph to potentially spin up into a possible tornado. But right now, not seeing any strong indication of rotation. So we'll put the pause here on radar, show you where this tornado warning does remain in effect at least until 5:15 for Charles, Fairfax, and Prince William County. This did overlap with a severe thunderstorm warning also in effect until 5:15, but I really don't see much in terms of activity. I'm looking at some our other radar data off of Max, and it doesn't look
that impressive right now. You see the little coupling there on radar scope, but it doesn't look as it did just 15, 20 minutes ago. So we'll see if they extend it or not. And if they extend it, they'll probably do it in the next 2-3 minutes, I would think, and give folks a warning. It is an odd-shaped, take the reflectivity off again, it's an odd-shaped tornado warning. I don't really understand why it's shaped as such, because it doesn't really have. So now take the reflectivity off, and you can see how it's really an odd shape. So actually, even though you're not in that, where Caitlin just drew this, so Potomac Shoreline Regional Park and Power Plant, you guys are technically not in the warning right this second, but you could be, and you are more likely going to see winds up to 50, 60 miles per hour with the thunderstorm itself. So hopefully General Smallwood Middle School is over and everybody is home at this moment. Let's go back. Can we go back to to Max 1 for a second? Great. Okay, so what we're going to do now, so this is the last couple of hours, and this is still pretty heavy activity all the way from western Montgomery County across the river back into that big storm and then down into the Prince William area and western sections of Charles County. So this is going to become a real mess in terms of rush hour. Going out 66 is not going to be pretty. Rainfall rates are 1 to 2 inches per hour, and now even up to 70 on the west side around Germantown, Poolsville. That's also beginning to pick up a little bit. All right, so let's go ahead and go back to this storm that has a severe thunderstorm warning and also has the tornado warning. It has both at this hour, and I think I'm going to just sort of track it from this distance so people can you guys can kind of get an idea to try to stay ahead of the storm, because you're not under the warning yet, and again, it's a very oddly configured warning. It really is. So we were to track the whole storm itself, okay? We're going to bring it east, and I'm going to bring it a hair north of east, actually. So if you're in this area, Bryan's Road, okay, 516, you can have a big storm. Could be severe, could be tornadic. Accokeek, 518. Waldorf, 540. Okay, so you're not under any. The problem is you're not under a watch. So I don't want you to let your guard down because you're not under anything right this second, but the warnings are just to your west. So St. Charles at 546, North Keys at 557, lower Marlboro at about 620 if it holds together. So, and I think, it may not be tornadic, but I think the storm's going to hold together quite well. I don't see anything taking the storm away in terms of at least being a heavy storm and probably being a severe storm, I would think. So this is the tornado warning right here till 5:15. Fairfax and Prince William no longer has Charles County in it. We'll see if they creep it over into Charles County. The river can do a couple things. As Caitlin mentioned, it can make less friction, but also it's colder. So it can work kind of both ways as the storm crosses the river. We've seen both things occur. We've seen storms increase in intensity crossing the river, and we've also seen storms kind of collapse a little bit, but then reform once they get into Charles County. So let's go ahead and take a look at the big picture here, and we're looking at a pretty good area of storms, even out to the west. We showed you those storms out to the west of us, Chantilly, out Route 50, out Route 7, and also some storms began to pop along west of Cumberland. And look at these storms down toward Fredericksburg. We've been watching these for a while. These kind of ducked south in between Fredericksburg and Ladysmith. But this is going to cause some major problems today, and why we issued a weather watch alert. We issued a weather watch alert for this reason. We thought there could be severe weather, and we've seen a severe thunderstorm warning and 2 tornado warnings. But also, if you're trying to get home at 5 o'clock on a Monday, you don't want to be driving through a rainstorm, rain at 1 to 2 inches per hour. So that's our thinking for the weather watch alert. It means that It can inconvenience you. It can be life-threatening, doesn't have to be life-threatening. And sort of keep tuned in because this changes, in this case, almost minute by minute, and certainly hour by hour as we go through the rest of the evening and the rest of the rush hour. So I'm going to track this again across western sections of Charles County, and that's kind of what I'm concerned about. I know you folks are not technically under anything right now, but if they were to extend this, it would be right through parts of Charles County, and even if it goes a little north, it'll almost do, even if it goes due east, it might still clip southern sections of Prince George's County. So you too could see severe. Let's see. Yeah, they expired it for Fairfax and Prince William. Yep, they did. So now it's just a big storm. Severe thunderstorm warning until 5:50. That continues, I believe. The warning still continues, but the tornado warning has been expired now. So that's good news, which kind of matches up with the rotation we saw both on the max velocity and also on the other system we use, a radar scope. So we still have some heavy rain. Don't get me wrong here. It's still going to be heavy as we go through, the next couple of hours. We're still looking at the potential for some flooding. So there is the velocity, not as impressive. Now here is Futurecast. So by 7:30, it does still show, and this is new. This wasn't going on but a couple hours ago. It's still showing some storms west of Martinsburg with this line of storms across the bay. About to move into the Delmarva at 7:30. By 8 o'clock, they're weakening a little bit, but still some showers and storms as far to the west as Martinsburg, Hagerstown, I-81 corridor. And by 9 o'clock, still some light showers, all shades of green, so that's light. All shades of green is on the light side here. But for the most part, heaviest activity by 9 o'clock now will be across the bay. Into the Delmarva. By 10:30, just some light showers, except for the Delmarva. And then by 1 a.m., light showers, but we're pretty much done with the threat of severe weather. Now, we still have this flood watch, and it does include the metro until midnight. You folks along I-81, that goes until 8 o'clock. Okay, so your watch, Martinsburg Front Roll, 8 o'clock. The metro goes until midnight. Adam Longo is out on I-66 in Fairfax. Adam, so you got some pretty heavy rain.
And then Luke tried to hit him back, and then it just kind of escalated into both of them.
Yeah, Topper, so we're on I-66 right now, westbound. We're heading out towards Centerville, and really over the last 10 minutes, the intensity of the rain has really picked up. I mean, up till this point, we've been on the road for about an hour, leaving from Northwest Washington, and as we headed out, really the only brutal part of the drive was the traffic, and now, as you can see out the front of our WSA 9 Weather Explorer, we are mixing the brutality of the rain, which is getting more intense at the moment, and the traffic. So, looking out the rear, well, actually, let me point this out to you. So as you're looking forward, you can see that it's still pretty fairly light, but getting dark. And if I change the camera and just show you the rear, you can see, well, the lights pretty much to equalize. So this storm is coming through. Really, the rain hasn't really intensified that much, but I had been watching the radar on the WSA 9 app and seeing that the moments of red appear before us here as we go down 66 west, heading out to some reports of some trees down in the area out here in Northern Virginia. So we'll be checking in with you here in the WSA 9 weather for throughout the night, but really all is pretty calm, just a little bit of a light rain, traffic expectedly moving quite slow on I-66 this time of day.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. It's just what we need on a Monday. Well, not really. We don't need heavy rain. And here's the deal. We have a weather watch alert in effect. Downpours moderate threat, hail low, tornadoes low, damaging winds are moderate. We will be back in just a bit. You're watching WSA 9 News at 5.
All right, now to some other news we're following on WUSA 9 News at 5. We're learning new details about the man accused of attacking multiple women on the Washington and Old Dominion Trail in Virginia. You're looking at 42-year-old Juan Alfredo Rodriguez. He is behind bars tonight, facing charges for 8 of those incidents. Again, thank you for being here with us. I'm Lorenzo Hall. Police believe he may be linked to at least 21 cases since July. And as our Matthew Torres reports, he's also wanted for attempted rape in another state.
Fairfax County officials say people who normally use this trail should feel a sense of relief now that the suspect has been caught. And tonight we're learning from police this same person had been on the run for almost a year for a similar case out in New York. Offering a tranquil escape, the Washington and Old Dominion Trail is popular for a reason. But for weeks, the same trail has led police down a path, investigating who was responsible for exposing themselves and grabbing random women.
Over the last 2 months, a predator victimized over a dozen people and shook an entire community.
Fairfax County Police arrested 42-year-old Juan Alfaro Rodriguez of Herndon last week. They say he's the prime suspect in a string of indecent exposures and assaults along the trail within the last 2 months, suspected in more than 20 incidents in the county and town of Herndon.
We were all out there on the trail, handing out flyers, canvassing, talking to the community, and they were concerned. And it feels good for us to be able to say that you can feel safe again.
Investigators in Herndon received a tip from a victim who provided a video. But before then, the U.S. Marshals first tipped off police about Rodriguez, since he was wanted for attempted rape in Suffolk County, New York, almost a year ago. Federal officials tell WUSA 9 he attacked a jogger who is married to an officer. Authorities say Rodriguez was only wearing a tank top at the time of the attack. She fought him off and ran away. Rodriguez is facing new charges of indecent exposure and sexual battery.
To have somebody that hadn't been caught for that long, it was uneasy.
It's a big relief for people like school counselor Sherry Hicks, who not only has a daughter that rides the bike on the trail, but watches students play nearby for PE.
To have a sense of safety restored back into our community is really important, especially for our children.
And investigators say it appears Rodriguez was targeting women randomly. They do believe there are other victims out there and ask anyone with information to come forward. I'm Matthew Torres, WUSA 9.
All right, also tonight we have an update on Prince George's County's curfew for minors. If you remember, it began on Friday, and police tell WUSA 9 it went pretty well this weekend. They say officers had no interactions with young kids and teens and no warnings or violations either. This curfew is in place for a total of 30 days and again impacts kids under 17. On Friday and Saturday between midnight and 5 a.m., they must be inside or with an adult. Sunday through Thursday, that curfew starts at 10 p.m. All right, we want to get back to our weather watch alert now. The Chief Top Shut is going to join me in just a minute. We've been showing you the radar for a good chunk of the afternoon so far, and you can see it is active no matter where you live in our region, D.C., Maryland, or Virginia. More than likely, you're going to be impacted by some storms this evening, right, Top? He's busy, clearly, but he's going to come over to the desk right now.
We definitely are. But the good news is it's a little bit, I don't want to say the Q word.
Don't say that.
It's not as active as it was.
All right.
And we do have a flood watch in effect, and Caitlin's going to show us that in just a second. I'd like to show you this. This is some pretty darn cool video. This is from a storm that was around the Culpeper area. Look at that.
Wow.
See, it sort of dropped down. It's not really a funnel, but it's very close to a funnel.
It's trying to form?
It's trying to form. Certainly rotation is in that storm, no doubt about that. And that was earlier when they had tornado warning around Culpeper, around, I guess, 2:30, 3 o'clock. And then that storm moved away. Then we had another tornado warning.
Doesn't look like we're seeing a lot of rain in this either.
No, at least not from the vantage point of where the video was taken, no. But that's really shows you the rotation, though. There's a little bit of rain. That's about it. Okay, so here we are. This is radar. Past couple of hours. So this is the main event rolling through, but I got to tell you, look at this. Look at all this activity showing up in Cumberland and Romney. I'm telling you, just 2 hours ago, the model said once this goes through, that's it. Maybe not. So that flood watch goes until midnight. That may be a good thing. So heaviest activity right now is either side of I-66, certainly. We're looking at some big, heavy rain out toward Fairfax and down into Prince William County and also down 95. Nothing severe right now. We do have this aerial flood warning up near Baltimore until 10:15, but this is rainfall rates around Manassas and Fairfax, not far from Reston, just south of Dale City, anywhere from 1 inch to 2 inches per hour. And in terms of how high the storms are, they're not crazy high in the atmosphere. They're kind of what we sort of call low toppers, as it were. But for the most part, they're just heavy, and there's just a lot of moisture in the atmosphere, and that's the problem for flooding. Why we have a flood watch. So they're only about 20,000 feet. But see the red columns there? That's all very, very heavy rain. Notice we don't see any magenta. That would be hail. We don't see that right now. Heavy rain is a main threat and always has been. So we have this weather watch alert. Why? What are the impacts? Well, flooding, moderate. Wet commute, high. That's off the charts. Power outages, low, but on the table. And then outside plans, maybe you have Monday off. Well, that's going to affect your outside plans if you're trying to grill or do something outside. Now, we've had a couple of storm reports, and for more on that and where the flood watch is, here is meteorologist Caitlin McGrath.
Yeah, Topper, so far, really only one significant wind damage report, and this is where we had that tornado-warned storm in Culpeper earlier this afternoon. Report of numerous trees down near the intersection of Farley Road and Atlantis Road. Again, you can see just to the north and east of Culpeper, rather. So that's our only real storm damage report right now, but there was a tornado warning over this storm. So we'll continue to keep our eyes peeled and see if any other warnings do come in. But wind aside, we're also watching the rain. As Topper mentioned, we have that flood watch in effect until midnight. For all of the areas you see shaded there in green, they have trimmed this back as that initial line of showers and downpours has rolled through. But I still think just about everyone in our region under an equal risk for some flooding. You saw that secondary line that Topper was showing you there. It's not going to take much to cause issues this evening. I do think they'll be very isolated. We're not talking about a widespread flooding event, but we saw so much rain yesterday. We've seen the first round of heavy downpours roll through earlier today and currently, that it won't take much to cause some isolated issues later this evening. The Weather Prediction Center does have most of our region under a slight risk for excessive rainfall. Rainfall rates of 2, maybe 3 inches per hour. And we say it all the time that slight actually means significant. So you can kind of see the bullseye of best potential to maybe see some flooding. But Topper, I'm kind of liking the trend we're seeing now. These storms rolling through. Yes, it looks like we'll see a secondary line, but so far, so good.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? It's just interesting that we didn't see this on the models. They were not picking this up just a little bit ago. Some models were, but the in-house model we have did not. So this is 6:30. There are the heavy storms on Futurecast across 95 into Prince George's County and also into Anne Arundel County. A residual storm, though, over in Fairfax. And then by 7 o'clock, still some storms right over the district. And then by 10 o'clock, monster storms across the bay into the Delmarva. But this model is still not picking up this second line of storms. This is 10 o'clock at night. By 5:30 in the morning, it could be a couple of sprinkles, some clouds. By 9 o'clock, still some clouds. And then boom, by 1 o'clock, it is simply going to be gorgeous tomorrow. So when you wake up, you see some clouds, don't worry about it. They're gonna give way to mostly sunny skies. Gorgeous on Wednesday, gorgeous on Thursday, low 80s, lows in the low 60s. Friday, gorgeous, sunny on Saturday, beautiful on Sunday, and warmer on Monday, maybe a few clouds late in the day.
All right. Sounds like we just got to get through tonight. Yep. Thank you, Top. And a reminder here, the WUSA 9 app is exactly what you need during a day like today. Download it right now by putting your phone's camera at that QR code. The app will send push alerts right to your device so you know when storms are heading your way. We'll be right back. WUSA 9 is getting ready for a big Environment Matters event. We're hosting another Recycle Day. It's this Saturday, September 17th, and you saw the 7-day just a couple of minutes ago. And the weather is supposed to be amazing, right, Todd?
Yes, sir.
All right,
Yes.
You heard it there. We'll be collecting electronics and paper for shredding at the 3 locations right there on your screen. Now, for complete details, just scan that QR code on the screen again, or go to WUSA9.com/environment. Our entire WUSA 9 family will be out there, by the way, at those locations, and we cannot wait to see you there. We'll be right back. All right, we're kicking off this half hour with an update on the weather watch alert in our area. Meteorologist Caitlin McGrath is tracking the storms moving through right now. And Caitlin, what areas are you most concerned about at this hour?
Lorenzo, right now we're actually seeing some heavy rain heading toward the district. Right now, we're really just watching one batch of locally heavy rain moving through parts of Fairfax County, Loudoun County into Montgomery County as well. This is radar on a 3-hour loop. We'll put the pause here, though, so you can see where that rain is falling. We have showers and downpours all the way from Fredericksburg, making for some difficult travel as you move up 95 into parts of D.C. back into Montgomery and Howard County. So let's take you on a little radar tour and show you where we have the heaviest rain right now. Thankfully, everything's sub-severe. We've already had 2 tornado warnings so far this afternoon and early evening. But right now, I do think our focus shifts to that flood risk, a flood watch in effect until midnight for parts of our area. And the heaviest rain right now between Fairfax and Burke, just to the south of I-66 through Manassas and Chantilly. You can see back into Reston, seeing some steady rain. Anytime you see those deeper shades of red, that's when you you know it is pouring. And what terrible timing. We are at 533 right in the middle of the commute. Difficult travel from Clifton down into parts of 123, Pocket Hills, Fitzner Stadium, all seeing some of this locally heavy rain. We'll take you north a little bit more back into Montgomery County, because that's where we have a few more of those locally heavy downpours. You can see right into Merrifield, Oakley. That's where we have some heavy rain just about to work its way into southwest DC. You can see along the American Legion Bridge back into Marymount, some heavy rain about to move into parts of Bethesda, and that's where we find our Michaela Lucero with Eco 9. How are the roads looking, Michaela?
Caitlin, it is a very soggy commute right now. We are starting to see water pooling up on the roadways as we are driving through. We're on MacArthur Boulevard at the moment, and you can see out ahead we're using our windshield wipers as fast as they can go. Now, we're getting caught in pockets of rainfall, so sometimes it's a little bit lighter, but other times it is just an absolute downpour. It makes it difficult to see out on the roads, and with traffic just starting to really pick up for this time of the evening, it is starting to get a little dicey out here. So if you are out on the roadways for this evening, make sure you're using extra caution when you get stuck under those heavy downpours. You can see the roads out ahead of us. We are getting some of that pooling up. So if you are on your commute home, you know the areas that tend to pool up with water. Try to avoid those if you can. We always tell you, turn around, don't drown. Make sure you're being extra cautious as we continue throughout the rest of this evening. Caitlin, we're going to continue this way, and we'll continue to keep you all updated as we move along in these different storms.
Great reminders, Michaela. Thank you so much. Again, Michaela was just there in Glen Echo driving along MacArthur Boulevard. And as she said, you're kind of going in and out of the rain, and that will be the case here for the next several hours. We're continuing to watch this kind of secondary line developing right now through parts of West Virginia and Western Maryland off to the west of I-81. And my thinking is that as they continue to push to the east, we're going to lose the heating of the day. All of the rain that's already moved through has helped to stabilize the atmosphere. I do think they'll peter out, but I think we'll see showers and maybe even a few downpours in the forecast all the way through about 10, 11 o'clock. As you're checking back in with Topper, he very well may be tracking some more rain, and that's why that flood watch goes in effect until midnight tonight. So let's take you through Futurecast here, and keep in mind Futurecast, just one particular computer model, does not pinpoint where it's going to rain and when, but this is right around 7 o'clock. You can see most of the storms pushing off to our east, but there's that second line that we're watching right now, just starting to cross over I-81. But here's the trend that we're anticipating. 9 p.m. we really lose the heating of the day. The atmosphere is much more stable. They start to peter out, and we'll just be left with a few more scattered showers and downpours as we head toward the 11 o'clock hour. But coming up in just a few minutes, we are going to talk about a much brighter, much nicer forecast on the way for the rest of the week.
Oh, that's what we want to hear on a Monday. Thank you, Caitlin. We'll see you and the rest of the weather team back here in the next 10 minutes or so. And a reminder, you at home, you can always stay up to date on severe weather with the WUSA 9 app. Just open your phone's camera, point it right at that QR code. You might have to get close to the TV, but you will get a link to, again, download the WUSA 9 app. Some other news we're following today. 60 years ago today, President John F. Kennedy made his moonshot speech announcing his goal to put a man on the moon. Well, today, President Biden made his own moonshot speech, vowing to end cancer as we know it. Deborah Alfarone spoke with those affected by cancer who say they hope the president's initiative will result in better and more equitable outcomes.
We choose to go to the moon.
60 years after President John F. Kennedy's famous moonshot speech, President Joe Biden traveled to JFK's home state of Massachusetts to tout new steps in his own cancer moonshot. Biden wants to cut the cancer death rate in half over the next 25 years.
We have a moonshot for cancer, for real. We're going to cure cancer over time. I'm going to lay out how we're going to do that.
The National Cancer Institute is launching a major national study to identify blood tests for early cancer detection that will eventually enroll thousands of participants. It's also opened a new grant opportunity to invest in the next generation of cancer researchers early in their careers. In addition, the president is taking executive action to develop cutting-edge biotechnologies in the U.S.
The president first launched his Cancer Moonshot initiative when he was vice president back in 2016 after his son Beau died of brain cancer. He reignited his deeply personal ambition earlier this year.
Kellen Morey hopes the president's push will save many lives, even though it's too late for her wife Patricia Moreno. She died from cervical cancer earlier this year at age 57.
Early detection in my wife's case would have saved her life. Prevention is absolutely key.
My being alive today is a miracle.
16-year breast cancer survivor Mayma Carmo says the Biden administration's stated focus on equity is also key in the fight against cancer.
We're dying at a faster rate from more aggressive breast cancer. And until we find a way to have people of color have better equitable options in clinical trials and treatments, we will have collateral damage, and that damage will be people's lives.
President Biden has also said that he hopes fighting cancer is an idea that can unite the country and show the world that anything is possible. Deborah Alfarone, CBS News, Washington.
All right, today we have a WUSA 9 weather watch alert. Our weather team is tracking severe weather moving through the region, and we have our crews as well traversing the region, going into your neighborhoods, assessing conditions. This is Eco 9, or Michaela Lucero in Bethesda right now. And we also have our WUSA 9 weather watch explorer out on the roads. Another check of your forecast in just a minute. Stay right here.
Environment Matters is sponsored by your Washington area Toyota dealers and Washington Gas.
A recent first-of-its-kind study assessing every kind of tree native to the United States found that between 11 and 16% of trees are threatened with extinction. Meteorologist Caitlin McGrath joins us now with more on what's being done to protect our precious trees. Hey, Caitlin.
Hey there, Lorenzo. The study was done across the lower 48 United States over the past 5 years, and it was a collaboration of multiple different organizations throughout the U.S. and even a few global contributors. And the result was a better understanding of the state of our native trees and a starting point to work off of to protect them. And I took Eco 9 to the United States Botanic Garden to learn more.
We can't protect what we don't know about, and so we really have to have a baseline of understanding of what things are at risk.
Researchers studied the extinction risk, patterns of geographic and taxonomic diversity, and leading threats facing tree species. The most common threat is invasive and problematic pests and diseases.
As we have warmer climates in our northern parts of our country, we see some of these invasive insects being able to go further north to attack more trees.
Take, for example, the emerald ash borer, first found in Michigan.
Early projections when it was first discovered were that it wouldn't make it into Canada. And now with climate change, the projections are that it will become more widespread in Canada and certainly in the northern United States.
Additional climate change threats include worsening drought conditions in parts of the country, widespread and longer-lasting wildfires, and more intense storms with heavy rain. Other stressors for trees include development and agriculture.
What we've identified is the species that are most at risk, and we're also looking at some habitats that are most at risk. So some of these areas in coastal environments, for example, that are under threat for development, and thinking about ways that we can conserve plants, both from a land perspective, but also looking at what can we do for individual species that are really at risk.
One thing they can do is naturally protect their habitat. But they're also working to put at-risk trees in living collections, places like botanic gardens and arboretums. Through the study, researchers found that there are currently 17 species of trees not found in living collections that need to find a new home.
This is the Franklin tree, or Franklinia altamaha, and it is a tree that is native to the state of Georgia. It was collected in the 1800s, and it's never been seen again in the wild.
Now it's found in over 100 living collections, an encouraging success story when you consider what is at risk if we lose threatened trees.
Our livelihood, the environment, trees are one of the most important organisms when it comes to the health of our natural environments here in the United States.
And to ensure the continued protection of endangered tree species, researchers intend to redo this assessment about every 10 years to make sure that they have the most up-to-date information about the risks and the threats that these species are facing. If you're interested in learning more about the completed research, just visit our WUSA9 app or WUSA9.com.
All right, but right now let's get back to that weather watch alert. The radar, it's been pretty active today.
Yeah, it's been a busy afternoon. We've had 2 tornado warnings already, a number of severe thunderstorm warnings. Thankfully, nothing severe on radar right now,
That's
though.
what we like.
Yeah, we do still have some rain to get through, though, and it is heavy at times. We just saw from Michaela Lucero driving around in Eco 9 that it is making for some difficult driving conditions. And right now, you can see radar still lighting up with moderate to even heavy rain at times. Most of the rain kind of right along the I-95 corridor and just a little bit to the east and west. And then, of course, we're watching that secondary line just off to the west of I-81. But let's show you right now where we do have a new aerial flood warning in effect. So this is different than a flash flood warning. This is not an urgent situation, but if you're in Alexandria, Manassas, Fairfax, Prince George's County, you fall under this aerial flood warning, meaning you could see flooding here over the next several hours. This is in effect until 11:45 tonight, and it's reasons like this that we have the flood watch into effect. So really not all that different than being under the flood watch, but just know we are seeing this really heavy batch of rain moving through the area right now just to the south of Fairfax, about to move over 395 into Franconia, but Annandale, Burke right now, that's where we have the heaviest rain, but steady downpours over into Clifton and Manassas as well. We're also tracking some steadier downpours moving through parts of Montgomery and Howard County. So we'll zoom in a little bit closer there. You can see just to the south of Rockville, really difficult travel along 495 if you're heading towards 355 in between Bethesda and North Bethesda 355, seeing some really heavy rain over into Fairland along and up into 95. We have a couple other aerial flood warnings in effect just in the north and east of Baltimore as well. And we're not done quite yet. We'll continue to see some steady rain here over the next several hours. And Topper, we don't need any more. We've already seen a lot of rain between yesterday and today.
Yeah, and you know what? We have some other second line of storms developing to the west. Now, they may die down, but this is what's actually occurred already. So you see the blue, that's an inch or more, and you see the magenta just to the northeast of Leesburg. That's more than 2 inches. So this is pretty heavy rainfall between Poolesville and Leesburg. This is one of the storms we were tracking earlier. 2.9 inches, almost 3 inches of rain. And then down here, and this is in part where Caitlin just showed you the aerial flood warning. Also 2.6 inches either side of I-66. So again, some more showers and storms are possible. And for more on that, we'll go back to Caitlin.
Yeah, and Topper, as you mentioned, we do still have that second line that's just developing to the west of I-81. We are still crossing our fingers, and we really do think from a forecast standpoint that they will fizzle out, but still anticipate scattered showers, maybe a few downpours as we head throughout the next several hours. Really not until after midnight, early tomorrow morning when we see the very last of the rainfall, but it really will start to peter out as we head through the next several hours. Flood watch in effect until midnight, and you can see those few aerial flood warnings as well. So let's take you through Futurecast, and Futurecast is picking picking up on that second line. Here we are at 7 o'clock, and keep in mind, Futurecast is far from perfect science. It just gives us an idea of what we can expect and when. And I do like how by 7 o'clock, it pushes most of the activity well off to our east, moving it across the bay, but still watching that second line right now that is producing some really locally heavy rain. So if you're in Northern Virginia, if you're in Frederick County, Virginia, you're not in the clear quite yet. Down into Woodstock, you can still see another round of some really locally heavy rain. By 9 p.m., the activity really starting to wind down. Still seeing some scattered showers, otherwise overcast conditions as we head through the later evening and overnight. By 11 p.m., though, as you're checking in with Topper, I do think we'll be tracking a little something on radar. Thankfully, nothing like what we saw earlier today, but still some scattered showers as you're going to bed tonight. And as you wake up tomorrow morning, some of our computer models are picking up on some early morning, we'll call them sprinkles. I'm hesitant to even call them showers. Some really light rain early tomorrow morning. So maybe you wake up, you look outside, looks a little damp, but I do think most, if not all of that rain will clear out by 7, 8 a.m. and we'll see nice improvement throughout the day tomorrow. Because man, oh man, is it sticky. Our dew point right now is 73 degrees. That is just about as uncomfortable as it can get. But all of these showers and storms, they're moving ahead of a cold front. And behind that cold front, we're going to wipe out all of this humidity and see a spectacular finish to the week. Dew points will be dropping throughout the day. Tomorrow we'll end up with dew points in the low 50s. That is going to feel so very nice. And that's where dew points will stay all the way through the end of the week. By Saturday, dew points will be in the low 60s, but that is still really comfortable. And we have some nice temperatures to enjoy as well. For the most part, over the next several days, temperatures in the low 80s, which is really right where we should be for this time of the year. And if you don't have any outdoor plans this week, you might want to make some. Check out the 7-day forecast. We have tons of sunshine. Tomorrow we'll start off a little bit cloudy, but skies will be clearing throughout the day. Absolutely gorgeous for the middle part of the week. The Nats are at home Tuesday and Wednesday. Quick break on Thursday, and then they're back Friday all the way through the weekend. If you don't have weekend plans, Saturday morning, it is our big recycle day. We hope to see you at one of our 3 locations across the DMV. Just head to our app or website to get all of the details. We'll be collecting your old electronics and also doing some proper paper shredding. So hope to see you out there Saturday morning. The weather looks great. And then as we head towards the end of the weekend and start of next week, temperatures get a little bit warmer, gonna feel a little bit more like summer.
All right, thank you, Caitlin. And you know, with this kind of weather, it's really hard to believe, but the holiday season is right around the corner, and UPS needs your help. It's hiring, and you don't even need an interview. I'll tell you more about that.
Environment Matters is sponsored by your Washington area Toyota dealers and Washington Gas.